Hello. So I mistakenly started another stream. Oh no. Okay. So that has ended. Hi. Happy New Week. Hello, Craft. How are you doing? Yeah, good day. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh yeah, good. Great. Hello, How are you also doing? So I believe that you would have realized I'm starting the stream 1 hour late than we usually do. And the reality is that the times daylight savings has ended. So the times have switched. So no, Craft, you can't reply with voice unless the chat. The daylight savings has switched. So I'm still at 9 o'clock. uh my time zone was switched to a negative one, like -1 of my original time. So it's still 9 here. And I believe that for those of you in Eastern Africa, right now you are 8 hours ahead of me. So that's the main reason why I am showing up a bit late, even though it's still 9 here. Yeah. And happy new week to you all. This week will be my last week of student reviews. So hopefully we finish the reviews this week and I get more time to do things that I got to do. I'm even supposed to be doing a review in 1 minute's time. If only the student is going to join. I hope you all had a great weekend and your week has begun on a good note and you're already getting things done. I'm hoping so. November is running very fast. Already we are about entering like the second week of November. So we have to bring ourselves up to speed on a lot of things, like if we want a lot done by the end of the year. All right, guys, I'm going to start a focus session so I can jump into my meeting, and I'll catch you all during the next break. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I've seen a lot of highs in the chat. Oh man. Anne says hi, Ritimi. Yeah, Anne, hello, welcome. Ritimi, you're also welcome. Gabriel, greetings to you too. Makita, hello, Makita. Jordan, hi, Jordan. Joseph, how are you doing? Hi, Joseph. Wandele, yep. How are you also doing? And yeah, so I was in a meeting, just finished not too long ago. And Craft says we are all doing what we know how to do best. Interesting. What do we know how to do best? I'm interested in that. What is it that we are all doing that we it is what we I mean, Craft, what about you? What exactly are you doing? What do you like doing best? Um Timothy say hey. Hello Timothy. Osama, greetings to you, Osama. Hi Joseph. Yes, it's break time, Wonderland. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, it's been a while since I saw you around. Analyst is doing good today, working on OOP Python, specifically inheritance. Okay, cool. I hope it's going well. I think the inheritance project is a very big one, right? But then it's really good if you know it. And how is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? It's been a while that we've had the conversation. At least now I get this 15 minutes. My next meeting is in 12 minutes time. So yeah, we get to finish our break before I join that meeting. And it's been a while. I've had the opportunity to talk here because of meetings. I think for the past 2-3 weeks, a lot of meetings. Hopefully, I'll finish those set of meetings this week. Oh, when I said big, I was just referring to number of tasks in there. I don't remember exactly. I'm just presuming because I know it's a lot of stuff. So that's all I meant. I was going to say something. Yeah. So I mean, I'm always thinking and planning things. So one thing over the weekend, I recorded a short markdown course. So those of you who may be interested, I mean, I'm just giving you a hint. We are currently working on uploading the videos, and very soon that would come out. So a short markdown course to walk you through almost everything about markdown. Yep. So, oh, you haven't unlocked them yet. I see. Oh, okay. That's probably why. I don't know. Don't take my word for it. Like I'm not too sure whether it is a lot or not. If I should restart, which one will I start with? I mean, I'm a visual person, not like visual like that, but I think that I'm motivated by outcomes. So mostly, even I mean, when I started off, let me tell you something. The first programming language, I mean, when I picked the book, it was how to build websites with HTML, CSS. But then I didn't have a computer, so that was what I was learning. Then later I switched. I wanted to learn a programming language because when you read around, they said, "Oh, there's HTML is not a programming language." So I switched to Python. Started learning Python way back. But then it didn't make sense because I mean I wanted to show people what I was doing and all of that, and I couldn't show them. So I stopped doing Python and went back to HTML and CSS. So I still think that if I'm to start all over again, I'll start from there. HTML, CSS. Because if I'm able to do something, it motivates me to keep doing more. So for me, I'm a fan of starting with HTML, CSS. I mean, that's programming. But then if I'm to go to school and start from scratch and everything, going to school would be a different thing. But starting on my own, I'll probably go with HTML, CSS. If it is school and I mean the school has a curriculum, I'm forced to go with it. But if I want to motivate my own self and do it by the side, it's HTML, CSS for me. And that reminds me, I may be going for a break from school and hopefully work in December. So I'm thinking about organizing boot camps, but it's still in the thinking phase. I was supposed to have a meeting with my team yesterday, but unfortunately the meeting didn't come on. In the past, I've been running boot camps and webinars as well as summits close to the end of the year to teach people new skills that they can start leveraging to, at least if I'm allowed to say, make some money in the coming year, right? Like prepare skills to prepare you for the coming year, sort of. And this year, I'm thinking about going back to it. So last year, I couldn't do it because last year, the time that December came, I was still in the SC program about wrapping up my foundations. So I was working on, I think that was preparation for my foundations capstone project. Then I did it alone. So that one, and I was also, I think there was one more thing I was doing. Yeah, I was trying to apply for a particular job and learning the main stack. So I was immersed the whole of last year Christmas. I didn't even step out of my room. I was just in my room immersed in that. So I couldn't do anything. But this year, coming, how do I yeah. So this year I'm thinking about it, and hopefully when we are done with the planning, I'll come out to announce it. But for the boot camps, hopefully I'll be doing HTML, CSS. I think. I'm a fan of that for starters, people who do not know anything about it. So maybe I'll do that. Then probably do another boot camp on JavaScript. Maybe JavaScript, hopefully. Then a few other things that I'm thinking about, maybe how to use some of these AI tools, some of the digital stuff that I know that I feel will be important to people, how to do them and the likes. So let's see. Still in planning phases. Last 2 years, that was in January 2021. We did a lot, and we even did sessions on creating websites with WordPress and the likes. So yesterday or 2 days ago, I was speaking with one of my colleagues who does who works on WordPress, uses WordPress to build sites. In fact, he was the one who taught me how to use WordPress to build sites. Like introduced me to it, not necessarily taught, but introduced me to it. And we've been working together for a while now. And he's also a blogger. So we're contemplating whether to host a session for either how to build websites using WordPress or a session on blogging itself. And I'm also contemplating whether to host a session on technical writing. So yeah, a lot of things out there to be done, but yeah, let's see. Says, oh, I would love to join this because there's always something to. Yeah, there's something new to learn every time. Wandele, what do you mean by GPT at work? As in coming to teach the AI stuff. The interesting thing is that, just to quote what Joseph has said, there is something to learn, something new to learn every time. Something new. Even when you think you know it all, there is something new to learn. Mm. Yep. So hopefully, I mean, the break will be over soon, but I just wanted to mention it to you. It's still something in the planning phases. But at least for the markdown course will be releasing soon. And I was looking at recording another course. I started working on it, but I'm yet to record any video. And I don't know whether I really want to push for it or not. But I started recording something on using the Linux terminal. And I have plans. So, I mean, I've always been in the dilemma of what kind of courses to record. I feel that there are a lot of courses out there, so I don't know. But yeah, sometimes I'm convinced that the world needs content from me. Sometimes I now think that no, there's so much there. Why do they need it from you? I mean, I'll try my best to break things down. And yeah, maybe the way I teach will resonate with a couple of people. So I just convinced myself to keep doing it. And I see that it's been a long time since I uploaded a YouTube video explaining some of the things. And personally, I've also realized that I used to learn more when I was doing the PLDs than I do nowadays. And I want to go back to that state where there is always pressure on me to learn. Not like bad pressure, but good pressure. I feel the need to learn these things because I'm going to be teaching it. Maybe tomorrow I have a PLD, therefore I am down to it and learning and getting things done. I like that feeling and I want to go back to that state. So not necessarily to come and host PLDs as in with what ALS we had in ALS, but then host bootcamps, webinars. So I know if next week I'm teaching something in JavaScript, I need to wrap my head around that concept completely to be able to teach it. Says my background, but you really love the generative AI sessions. Oh, what do you mean by my background? Would really love the generative AI sessions. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a lot of that, but I don't know what you mean by my background. Anyway, my meeting time is up. I need to jump into that meeting. So, guys, I'll catch you later after my meeting. What's this? Hi, hi, hi. Hello, hello, hello. Move. Azusis, help, I hope you fine. Could you check your DMs on Discord? Oh my, yeah, I know you're kind of busy. You could check my message on Discord during your break. Since I need assistance regarding pairs for the Airbnb project, keep up the work. Yeah, it's break time. I mean, Azus, I don't know if you're still here, but man, my Discord is messy right now. I don't know when I'll be able to respond to everyone because I'll finish responding to everybody right now, and the next thing I realize, I have 100 messages in my DM. And just so you know, if you are here, like I'm not even I'm not currently I'm not working with the technical team as in what you guys know to be. So if anything, you should try reaching out to your technical mentors. Because now that you're talking about uh, PS for Airbnb projects, my guess is that you are talking about repairing, and I literally have nothing to do with that. So please connect on your cohort's channel, connect with your mentor or whoever is in charge to do that. If you are struggling with it, you can send support team a message or an email. Uh, if it has something to do with the curriculum, then when you reach out to me, it makes sense. But technical support per se, and that's what I get all the time. I don't know. Hi, Wandile, how is it going? Have you now opened the project? Which one is hard? The project is hard, or you are hard? Which one is it? Man. Hi Erasmus, how are you doing? Says I'm trying out the examples. Oh, okay. OOP is really hard. Really? Why is it hard? Great to hear, Erasmus. And congratulations once again on passing your AWS exams. I was working towards the Google certification, but I didn't get enough time to continue. So, man, I guess I'm holding on to it for now. Later. One day, what do you mean by it's really hard? Like OOP is really hard. Um, representing objects, real life objects in programming. Like, is it about, I don't know. I feel that okay, like when you are starting to wrap your head around it, it can be a bit confusing. But if you get the understanding, it's a whole new world of style of programming. I mean, but with time, it becomes like the norm. It depends on the programming language you are using, though. Because the moment you start learning a programming language like Java, that is it. Like it's OP. You don't have a choice between procedural, functional, all of that. A language like Python gives you the choice of every one of these. And I mean, you get used to it. I even right now, I mean, because I write a lot of JavaScript code, I hardly do OOP, right? But then I feel that the concept itself isn't. I mean, when you get a wrap around it, like you get to understand it. It's cool, and we are always looking for modularity in code and reusability. So OOP gives you the edge when it comes to that. You know, especially when you're talking about inheritance. And yeah, it's way better than functional programming in that case. So I guess just embrace it and try and understand it. And I always like to use the family tree and like real life objects to model that, so that it opens my mind to it. There are things that obviously you do not know that you need to learn, but getting the concept is what's more important, and knowing that when we talk about object oriented program, this is what it actually represents. And when I talk about inheritance, this is what it represents. So that when it comes to the nitty gritties of its implementation, you can always look up something. Uh oh, hoisting closure, lexical scope, Jason. Well, Jason or stringify, Jason or pass, primitive. Interesting. All right. Explain the following, Erasmus. This exams that you're about to give me right now. This exams that you're about to give me right now. What do I win after scoring 100 in that exams? All right. So when you talk about hoisting, I think you first of all have to understand closure, and not even, is it just closure? Yeah, I mean, if you understand closure, then hoisting will become cool. Hey, Edwin. So, dog, why is ALS shutting down after 2024? Please, why do you say so? Why do you say so? You know, events in the back end, what do they really mean? I think so. This is what you can do. If you want me to take my time to explain all of this, I mean, I can give you a high level explanation of all of them. And I think these are things that bother a lot of people, even myself included, when I started learning about them. But maybe I've had to take time to write articles on them and explaining the concepts. Yeah. But then, you know how, okay, I think the first thing you need to understand is scope, right? When we say the scope of something, and that is just English, right? The scope of this. So in programming, everything that you're working on has a scope. Maybe this is the time that I shared my screen to illustrate, so that, oh my, let me see my journal. It's been a while since I came out to teach. Oh god, I miss teaching. Okay, so let me share my screen. All right. If when you come to programming, right, I'm saying that an important aspect that we all need to know is scope. And hey, someone is spamming this thing, and I've turned the bot off. Oh my goodness. This is the reason why I didn't want that. I need this bot to be on. Guys, hold on. Let me see. Is it possible to block this person from here? You're not a bot. Oh my goodness. So why are you sending those things? I'm waiting for your last reply in the chat. Otherwise, I block you right now. But why are you doing that? Was it a mistake or what? Alright, I'll go ahead and block you. Okay. So, or now the it will be interesting to find out that bots can now hear and respond to what you say. would have been, would have been very interesting. Anyway, yeah, so you just wanted to grab my attention. I don't like that kind of thing. I read all my messages in here. I speak to every one of them. Please take that from me. If you do that again, I'll never respond to anything like that. You know, there is this uprising way of getting people's attention, which is not the right way. And one of them that I can speak to it is when people reach out to you, insulting you just to get your attention. Like somebody reaches out and says bad things about you, and they know that you are human, that will hurt you, and therefore you now then say, "Oh," like somebody did something like that to me on Twitter. Then when I responded, it was something that immediately I saw it, it got me furious. But then I had to just calm down. And I know for me, I always say that I learned before getting into creating content online. I learned from Pat Flynn when he was talking about when he started and a feeling like that. And he learned that hurt people. So anytime somebody goes out of their way to try and hurt you, you have to understand that maybe they are going through something. So you take the perspective of someone who is in a position to help this person. So I try to engage when people reach out like that. I try to engage them and find out what their problem is and if I can be of help. And that day, when I responded to that, everybody else who responded to that guy was like they were trying to fight him to say, "Why did you do this? This is unnecessary. This, like all of that." Then he came out to say, "Oh, even Obed didn't argue like this. I was just trying to see how he was going to react." It's like, oh my goodness, you can't do this. Like, you can't be serious about this. You go and annoy somebody to know how the person is going to react to this. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, so Erasmus, I'll get to it. Let me just respond to a few of the things that are going on so that no bad message is sent out there. Edwin's message, it says, we had an email update recently stating that we need to finish the program by the end of 2024. Edwin, so that is good. The email says you need to finish the program by end of 2024. The email never said that ALS is shutting down. Right, I hope that makes sense. It says recently stating what we need. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean it well. As for this, I'm going to explain it. Don't worry. I just needed to respond to the queries. So yeah, as I was saying, the email didn't say the ALS is shutting down. The email says those of you in the program needs to. For me, I haven't actually read the content of the email, but at least with what I know, we are still operating beyond 2024. Okay, but then those who are currently enrolled in a program, you all need to complete by the end of 2024. And the reason is that a lot of restructuring is going on. We are going to redefine a lot of our programs. We are bringing up new programs and a whole lot of new things that are happening that will not be exactly consistent with how we've been running the programs currently. So for those of you who are running the current programs, you need to finish up in 20 by the end of 2024. So a lot has changed. I'm pretty sure in the course of the coming weeks, communications will be going out concerning what all of this mean to you, and we are likely to host town halls to explain this to the learners. All right. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That a lot is going to change. Next year we are rolling out new set of programs. And we are also starting the University of the Future next year, where you can do our program and get a bachelor's degree in 3 years. So all of that are coming up, and the refinement is what is necessary. And besides, I don't think any of our programs will go without an administration fee next year. So everyone who has gotten into the program without an administration fee needs to finish at one point in time, right? Yeah, the university is going to be online, and all our programs actually, except that maybe, hey, I mean, let me not dive into that. We are going to, I mean, more details will be coming out soon. As soon as everything is refined, it's still in planning stages for most of these things. So we don't have the concrete information, or I don't have concrete information to be giving you. But going forward, as soon as the information is, in fact, when things are agreed on and we are rest assured that we can share it publicly, I would be happy to come give you more information. So please, let no one go around to say that ALS is shutting down or anything. We are really bringing a lot more, like a lot more. Okay, so back to what I was saying, Erasmus. I was saying that in programming, every time you are writing, irrespective of the language, you need to understand what scope is. And scope is an English word. It tells you that there is a boundary to something, right? So when you're working with any sort of identifiers, when you create a variable, when you create a function, when you create anything at all that you're working with in a program that you're writing, there is a scope to that. The scope is that where is this accessible? Okay, so that is like the boundaries within which we can access a particular identifier. So it has more to do with access. So for instance, in JavaScript, we can have what we call the block scope. And block scope is essentially referring to a block of code. So within the block, that is usually identified with the curly braces. Okay, so if I write any set of things in here, say I define a variable in here, okay, the question we are asking ourselves is this variable only accessible in this scope, in this block of code, or am I able to access the same variable outside this block of code? So that's the very first thing you need to understand, the scope of whatever you are dealing with. So if you define a function, you also want to know what is the scope of this function. Where can I access this function? Even if you are dealing with OOP, you know that there are certain methods and variables that you are using in the OOP that, depending on whether it is a private one, it is a public one, it's a protected one, you change the scope. So all of these are in line with accessibility. Can I access this where I am or not? So in JavaScript, as you are saying, the common ones that you would learn about is the global scope and the block scope, where global means that it is accessible throughout the script that you have written. So when you write a script, a JavaScript, JavaScript script, oh my goodness, I don't think I've tried saying that before. JavaScript script, or you write a script to a JavaScript and you say that the scope of a particular variable is global. What it means is that within that script, you can access that variable everywhere within that script. Okay. Why you guys too haven't thought about it before, right? Now you're laughing. Anyway, the other thing is the block scope. Okay. So at least if you don't know anything at all in JavaScript, you need to be aware of what global scope is and what block scope is. And block scope essentially means that the thing is just bounded. You can only access it within the block of code that you've written. So whether it's within a function or a function within a function, whatever it is, for as long as you have restricted the scope, that is where it's going to be, and it's accessible only there. So the global scope is accessible everywhere. Block scope is accessible only within the block of code where it has been declared or used. Okay, But you know that when we are defining variables in JavaScript, we preface them, or we call, how do they call those things? Oh my goodness, is there a name for them? Whether we are using const, let, or var, is there a name for these things that I've forgotten? Maybe scope identifiers, I don't know, I've forgotten exactly how they call them. Okay, but these three things will tell us the nature of the variable we are creating, and also the scope of the variable. Very important for you to be aware of it when you're creating variables in JavaScript. Whether you use const, let, var, it tells you the scope and the nature of this variable. Since we are looking at scope, let's focus on scope. When you take scope, both const and let are blocked scope, or block scoped. This means that anytime you use const or let, if you use them within a block of code, then that particular variable is only accessible within that block. You cannot access it outside the block. If you use it generally in the whole script, then you are saying that they are global, that you can access them anywhere. But the more important thing is that they are blocked scope. So depending on where you use them will determine whether you can access them globally or not. So if you want to use const and let and make sure that it's accessible throughout the program, then you usually want to put them at the top so that every one of them has access to it. Say, did not know that affect the scope. They affect the scope of the variable. They do, and that's the important thing. That's the reason why you need to know this. Okay, so this rather is global scoped. Variable var is global scoped. So what it means is that irrespective of where you use var, that variable that you are calling is accessible throughout the whole program. I mean, I could illustrate this with practical examples, but it will take a long time. So let me just give you this brief overview. Then you can look forward to researching on it, or maybe I can take some other time later, either write on it or create videos on them. Okay, so when you use var anywhere at all, whether it's within a function or wherever you are using it, it gives it a global scope. So ideally, if I had created, say, a function, called sum, okay, and this function, within this function, I go on and I say var x is equal to 10, and say let y is equal to 7. Let's say these two things. What I'm saying is that this variable that I've declared here, x, is accessible globally because var is globally scoped. But this variable is only accessible within this function. Outside this function, I can't call y. If I console log y right now, I'm going to get undefined. If I console log y, I'm outside this block of code, I'll get undefined. It hasn't been defined yet, right? But then you already defined it here, except that it's only accessible within this block. So if I do console log y within this block of the function definition, then it's going to print 7 for me because I've already declared it. So this is blocked scoped. I think some people call it local scope or something, I guess. But x here, even though x was defined within the function, which is this block, I can still come down here and call x. If I console log x here, it's going to give me 10 because I've already defined it. And this is what brings in the case of hoisting, which is, I mean, a bit tricky for someone who hasn't really dealt with a lot of things with var in particular. So now we hardly use var. I'll explain hoisting right now and we'll pause on that. But we hardly use var. In fact, best practice in JavaScript now recommend that you should stick to using let and const. Don't use var. So forget about var if you want, and just stick to using let and const. Const means that you don't want this thing to ever change, or it's not going to change. It's going to be constant. Let means it may change, right? And now, if you want something to be accessible globally, declare it outside any block. So put it at the top. Don't put it within a block. For as long as you are declaring it within a block, then you are restricting access to that within the block. So if I do let y is equal to this, I can come out here and create another y and assign it to another thing, because this y here is just within this block. It's not accessible outside. So when I come outside, I can redefine my y again. Oh yeah, so that is about var. And one key thing which will help us understand hoisting is that in JavaScript, if you have not defined a variable, say I've not defined any variable z right now, okay, let me write a program and say since we already defined, let's say let x is equal to, forget about this that we're doing earlier, I'm creating a new script. Say let x is equal to 3, then I go on and I say x plus z, maybe I say y, let y is equal to x plus z. You see that this new script that I've started creating, I've not defined z or z, but I'm using z here. That is going to be a problem if maybe later in here in my code, I now come and define let z is equal to 5. See what is happening. My first line, this is second line, this is third line. The first line, I defined x is equal to 3. Second line, I say y is equal to x plus z. Then third line, I say z is equal to 5. So you may want to presume that y will be equal to 3 plus z, which is 5. So 3 plus 5, which is 8. But because we are using let, we are going to get an error. We can't use z before we define what z is. That is, if you use if you use let to define y. This is where hoisting comes in. Hoisting is when I am able to use a variable even before it is defined. And this is possible when you use var. So with this same example, if I used, say, let x is equal to 3. So you saw that this will be on z is undefined. So this here will give us an error. Okay. But the second script, if I try let y is equal to x plus z, and I now say var z is equal to 5. This one here, 1, 2, 3 line of code, this one here will work and give me 8, even though this one here won't work. And the reason that is so is if you use var to declare a variable, the variable is now hoisted. You know, hoisting a flag. If you are hoisting a flag, what does it mean? This variable here is now moved to the top because it is now globally accessible. So it is moved to the top. So even though you are going to declare it later in the program, it is assumed that it has already been declared because you are declaring it with var. So it means that if you maybe originally had defined your own Z somewhere, now you are redefining Z again, it's going to cause a problem. Because anytime you use var to declare something, it is hoisted. So it is now pushed to the global scope. It is now pushed to the top as if it was defined at the top. Meanwhile, you are now defining it. So this part of the code is going to work, but this is not going to work, and that is hoisting. Hoisting simply means that you are raising something from where it is to the top of the whole thing. And at least I just think about how they hoist flags. The national flag was hoisted, right? It was pulled to the top, hanging at the top. Everybody can see it now. So it's the same thing. When you use var to declare a variable, the variable becomes hoisted. It's moved to the top so that everybody else can now access it. But that is not the same when you are using let and const. Those ones do not support hoisting. So you'd have to declare a variable before you use it. You can't use a variable before declaring it. That means even when you are creating your functions, if you are calling a function that is using a variable that is yet to be declared, then you have to be concerned about it. All right. Best practice, stop using var in any of your code. So the reason why var has to be stopped using is because hoisting causes a lot of problem that we usually do not think about. Okay, you might not have thought about the fact that, now that I'm declaring this is going to possibly conflict with what I have done previously. Okay, so stop using var. We don't want any hoisting in our code. I want to make sure that when I'm declaring something, I know that this is where I want to use it, and this is when I am using it. Okay, yeah, so anyway, I think we are good now. All right, it says you just made this so easy to understand. I'm glad to hear that. In the real world, did they use console for the Airbnb console project? Is that the case? Is that the question? Like Airbnb. Oh, do they use console like the way we use Airbnb console? I mean, you can argue that, but one other thing that you would have to know, no one is going to use the console to build like the interface of a project like that. Okay, but it depends on what project you're working on. There are products that are built with console for developers, especially if you're a backend developer. There are a lot of things that you'll be doing with a console. Remember that even all the packages that you work with, they are console projects, right? If I start working with npm and using npm to install dependencies and all of that, that is a console project that understands everything I've done. So there is a place for the console. Still, we still have a place for console, but the console will not be used to develop like an interface for end users. Mostly the console is for people like us who are going to be developers and the likes. But if you have watched the session I did on the Airbnb console project, I remember explaining the essence of it. This is to represent like, oh guys, when you're building an app like this, an application like this, there is different parts of it. For now, you are now transitioning from your Python to learning every other thing. So we are just creating an interface that you can now use to interact with the back end code that you have written. So for me, I say you can think of that console that you are building as the front end of your application. Technically, that is not the front end, but you can think of it as the front end that you are building. Then there are tools that you can build. Like you can go ahead and implement, say, a YouTube video downloader. That's something I did in the past that uses the console. So you just have to fire up that console. Then you put maybe the link to it, the video, and it downloads it for you. Okay, so there is a place for the console, except that the end user doesn't know how to use console, and they don't have time to go and read all those commands and now come and input commands. They want click. So you'd have to build the interface for them to do that. But then there's still a place for console. So if you are learning it, I mean, It's always a good skill to have. And remember that if it is not necessary, no one is going to teach you. If it is there, and someone who has created this course is intelligent enough to think that you need it, then probably, trust me, you need it. All right. But I think your question is very important, because I feel we should all know the reason why we are doing certain things so that we are motivated to do it. As for me, sometimes I don't get someone to tell me that, oh, but you need to learn this because it's important, right? But I stand in the shoes of, okay, these are senior engineers who developed this curriculum, and if they didn't think this was important, there was no way they would have put it inside. So as long as they've put it inside, it means that there is a reason why this is there. Let me go and find out that reason. So I'm always curious to know why this, why this. A perfect example I can give you is when I started ALSSC, I took to Twitter and asked them the question, why do I even need to know, why do I need to know VI, test editors like Vim, Nano, Emacs, when I already know VS Code? Because I was confused. I was like, we use VS Code to simplify these things. Why are you guys now struggling, letting us learn these things? And I got a couple of answers. I didn't even understand them. Well, a lot of people who were saying things, but I didn't really understand them at the time. But I just trusted that if these guys say we should use it, then they know the main reason why they are saying we should use it. Maybe I'm yet to wrap my head around it. And now I am a huge advocate for it. If you are ever going to be working on servers, and which you usually do not know, for instance, just working as a back end dev on a team, I've come to realize how important it is for me to know how to use tools like VI and Vim. So yeah, very much that. Okay, I'm glad that, so we have covered two of them. You can put the list in Erasmus, you can put the list in the WhatsApp group. So the list of those terminologies in the WhatsApp group, and I'll try and pay attention to them sometime. Not too sure when, but I'll try and pay attention to it. But I think now that you have scope and hoisting, you understand the two, it's easy for you to grasp the meaning of the rest. But please try and practice these things that I've written and see for yourself what happens when you do this. When you use the var to call something, when you use this, because it makes it stick better. So when I started learning JavaScript, I wasn't using anything like let or const. Like I was always doing var, and I had issues like that. So as soon as I came to learn about it, it clicked that, oh, so this was why I didn't know. Oh, okay. So now let's not use var again. It's always let or const. Yeah, sort of. All right, guys. Okay, so we need to go back last round. And I was saying earlier to everyone, I don't know, Wandele, what's your time right now? Erasmus, as for you, I can predict your time. It's 6:41 p.m. at your side. So our time, the daylight savings ended yesterday. So our time has switched. That means that I'm not too sure. One delay, I'm not too sure if it's affected you guys, but I'm guessing now you are like, you used to be 6 hours ahead of me, right? I guess. So now you should be like 7 or 8 hours ahead of me. I don't know if you guys, your time switches like that too. All right. Yeah. So as for Ghana is my own country, so I know the time by heart. So now, instead of the usual time that we used to start, we still start. By my time it's 9, but I think that 9 is not what it used to be for you all. I was supposed to have communicated this in the group over the weekend, but I forgot to. So right now, I mean, I think it's even time for us to just end the stream, hopefully. Yeah. So that I can go and relax small. I've been sitting down and my back is hurting already. If I want to do one more hour with you guys, I'm sure those of you in Eastern Africa, that would be like past 10 already, right? Because right now it's for those in Eastern Africa, Kenya would be like 8 hours ahead of us. So you are oh okay, so you are now in 8:43. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, but it used to be 1 hour earlier when we are around this time, right? So you're now 7 hours ahead instead of 6 hours. Some of these things, when I was in Ghana, I never understood them. And the interesting thing is that for it was Sunday dawn that it was going to switch. So I decided to stay awake and see what is going to happen, exactly how the switch was going to take place. And I saw it and recorded it. Like I sent a message. So this is what happened on Sunday dawn, 1 a.m. 1 a.m. So we had twice, like 1 a.m. happened twice. So we had one, then up to 1:59. Instead of going to 12, they now repeated it so that we started from 1 sorry, instead of going to 2 a.m., they repeated one again. So we went back to one. So I sent somebody a message at 1:11 a.m. Then I came back. Why you don't know about that? Oh my. Then I came back. I mean, when the time went back, I came to send another message at 1:11. So it's like I've gone to the past to send them a message because I sent you a message at 1:11. Then I send you another message and it's 1:1. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh, it happens. I mean, it depends on the part of the world that you are. So, fortunately for us in Ghana, we are like the center of the whole world. So, everybody is revolving around us. So, we don't get to see any of this at all. Oh, it's your first time hearing that. Interesting. I heard it from a friend who is in the UK when I was in Ghana. And I was curious to know how is this happening? Like, what are you guys talking about? Oh man, yeah. So it happens. We have daylight savings. It's not every country that has it. So the countries that have it, daylight savings starts like for us. So for Toronto, yeah, it started this year. It started in March and ended last yesterday. So Sunday. That means that from now till next year around March, our time is GMT -5. But when we enter March and the daylight savings begin, we are going to have our time switch to GMT -4 instead. And I think it makes sense because what happens is that as at last 2 days or 3 days, when the time is by the time we are in 8 a.m. here, you see that it's still dawn, like the sun isn't up yet. So sometimes you wake up around 7 and you think that you are probably waking up around 5 a.m., even though it's past 7 and it's almost 8. So now that it has been reverted 1 hour backwards, I mean, it makes sense because when you wake up, you see, today, for instance, it was surprising that I woke up and it was 8 and there was light all over the place. But previously, I wake up and oh man, there's no light. It says I should most definitely leave my country to see these things. I mean, it's interesting to know that some of these things happen out there. Yeah, and please go for it. You need. I mean, I want to travel as much to know a lot of these things. So, interestingly enough, the times, I mean, if you are using a smartwatch, any of these gadgets that we are using that is connected to the internet will automatically change. But if you have, say, a clock on your wall, then you will now have to reset it. Today, for instance, I was worried about my meetings, whether my time is supposed to change on my meeting schedule or not. Like, I was just confused about it. And those who booked their presentation with me last week, has the time changed or not for them? Because my time has been reverted 1 hour backwards, and I was so concerned. But it turns out that my calendar probably has adjusted totally to them. So I don't know. I'm waiting to see how it plays out. So it creeps you out. Oh, I mean, like, it depends on the time zone that you are using. For instance, for UK's own stopped, the daylight savings ended last week. I think that was either 29th, 27th or 29th. 29th. Theirs ended 29th of October. So what it means is that UK now moved from GMT plus one back to GMT. So now UK time and Ghana time is the same. That's very interesting. In March, it switches such that UK and Nigeria have the same time. Then in November, it switches back. UK and Ghana has the same time. So that's how it is for those in UK and, I mean, some European countries. But US, we are far off, so we are usually in the back. I mean, if you see my screen right now, because of these interesting things, I had to start learning about the world map because I didn't know anything about the world map, like which country is where is where. And as soon as I started looking at the world map and seeing where which country is, it started making sense. Let me see if I can bring up my screen and show you. No, so no. Okay, so I think what I could possibly do is bring out a map instead. World map. Google. Let's look for Google's map. Map. No, world map. Yeah. So at least this is. I hope you guys can see. Ghana is like in the middle of the whole world or something. Like it looks like it. For certain dark mode, see you. I'm not so comfortable with it, but I had to anyway. Yeah. So this this mark that you see here is where I am in the world. Like here is where I am in the world. This is where Ghana is, right? And it's like Ghana finds itself divided right between the whole world. We are more to the left. Like this is North America up here and South America down here. So I mean North America up here. Then UK is right on top here. So if you look at the map very well, UK is like on top of Ghana. It's on top of Ghana. So the moment I started looking at this, the people who are on this side of the world are the ones who have GMT plus. So Ghana has GMT 00, right? And those people going from this end have GMT plus. And those of us from behind here have GMT minus. So at least now it makes a lot of sense for me when I look at, oh, okay, this is the end of the world. I think Vancouver and Co are somewhere far here. So those people here have like -8, -7. These people, British Columbia, the -8 people in the US as well. So those people from the far end have the -8, -7. Then we around here have -4, -5. Then you come, as you get closer, some of them have maybe -1, -2. Then you start getting into +1, +2, +3. So you see Kenya is here, far to the far right of Ghana. Kenya has like +4. And Mawelila, you are in around here, so you have +6. I mean, when I started looking at it, it started making sense. I'm like, okay, okay. India has like +7 or so. So we'll see where they are. Then you come to all of these places. So now it's time for you to now go and explore. Please, I want to travel the world to appreciate all of these things for myself and see how all of these things make sense. But yeah, that's how it is. It says now that you opened the map, it's all makes sense. Exactly, yeah. Oh, you are GMT +2. Okay, okay. No, sorry. I did the plus. I said +6 because I was calculating from mine. Yeah. So that's no, but now are you still +2 or plus? Oh, yeah, you are still +2. So I guess it doesn't change for you people. And I think the changing is usually those who are closer to the top of the globe. They are the ones who have the change. Maybe the size of the globe. I haven't. I need to go back to my social studies. I didn't do geography, but maybe I need to go and learn, because I feel that because the globe is, the outer portion, like going to the top, it closes up a bit. So I think that size is different from those who are in the middle, those who are around the middle or something. I don't know. I need to really go read more about it. Yeah, but at least if you want to appreciate if somebody is behind you in terms of time or way ahead of you in terms of time, that is using GMT, you can just look at the map and be able to tell that, oh, this country is to the right of my country, then they are ahead of us. This country is to the left, then they are before me. So this is horror for flat earthers. What does flat earthers mean? And I couldn't believe it when I saw how big Russia is. Like I still cannot fathom that Russia is this big. Like this is Russia, all these parts. Like wow. Those of you who learned geography in school, I think you need to organize lessons for me so that I'll come and learn. And I mean, I was happy to see Africa countries. In fact, I didn't even know Chad is in Africa. Oh my goodness. Back in school, we only learned in primary and junior high, we only learned about West Africa. So it was easy to remember West Africa. But then everything outside West Africa is really something that we do not know. People who believe the earth is flat, oh, I mean, they have their self to blame. For me, it's how big Africa is. Yeah, Africa is very big. Like, look at UK. That was the surprise of my time when I looked at the map. Look at UK. This is UK. Can you just imagine? Like this is UK. Then ask yourself how many countries in Africa UK colonized, and see the size of UK. You know, Erasmus. Erasmus. Ukraine people will come and catch you. So Ukraine is here. I was like, it looks like, see, excluding Russia, if you put the European countries together, they are not even close to the size. Like Africa is so big. I don't know. In terms of land, maybe Russia will be the biggest. Please don't quote me on this anyway. Like, I'm just looking at the map and saying things. I don't know anything about geography. Okay, I'm just getting interested in these things because now I'm learning a thing or two, and that's why I would love to travel and see where Australia is. I had no idea. So when they say Australia was a continent, I mean, I didn't appreciate what they were talking about, and now at least I get to see Australia is on its own somewhere here. Then New Zealand, see where New Zealand is, right here. Had no idea. Then the other interesting thing that I learned was when we are traveling from, like, when I was traveling from Ghana to this place, we left Accra to uh Netherlands. So that's here, right? Denmark. Oh, where are you? So you can imagine that. Oh, why are you? What's happening? Let me refresh. I don't know why I can't zoom back. Hey, why is my? Oh my! This thing doesn't want to work again. Oh no! What's happening? I can't scroll to the bottom again. Oh, okay. So I needed to pull it up. But I think previously I could zoom. Oh no. So the zoom has ended. But this wasn't how it was, man. I mean, so it's very difficult to get a direct flight from, say, Ghana to this part, like Canada. I don't know. I'm sure there are a couple of them though. But the challenge is that if you have to go through US to get to Canada, you need to have um you need to have a US transit visa. Like, you need to have a US visa to be able to land in US before you go to Canada. And but then we could go to either UK or Netherlands without a transit visa, and we'll transit here. So it only makes sense for us to go here, then here. So you can imagine flying over France. I remember when we were somewhere, somebody was saying it, but I had no idea. See, I didn't know anything about the map until 3 or 4 weeks ago when my brother introduced me to it. My brother is a geological engineer, so he knows a lot about this, and at least he works with an international company, so they know a lot about this, and he works with maps as well. So he was the one who was walking me through some of these things. And I remember that in the flight, somebody was telling me that, oh, we are over France now. I was like, how do you know? Like, how do you know that we are over France now? But at least it kind of makes sense that I'm flying from here through here to here. Like, go to Denmark before we now head to this part of the world. This is Canada. So this is a province where I am, Ontario. Anyway. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So the flight that you are taking is not, you have to understand how many people are coming from Ghana to just Canada alone. And even in Canada, there isn't only one airport, right? There are several airports. So the specific airport that you are going to, imagine, like, do you think we have all the people filling the flights? Because those are big flights. Like the one that I took is a big one. The plane is a big one. When I don't know the total number, but I want to believe it wouldn't be anything less than 100. 100 is an understatement, I guess, because that day when we were at Kutuka, at that entrance where we will enter to join the flight, the place was so packed. There was no seat. In fact, I had to be standing throughout to wait for the flight to be ready before we move up. So it tells you that it takes a lot of people, and I don't want to believe that we can have this whole lot of people, every one of them coming to Toronto. It doesn't make sense. So most of the flights go to one central part where a lot of other people are going to. Then they will now split up. So other people too are coming there. For instance, let me give you a perfect example. We had a colleague who was coming from Kenya, was coming to Toronto as well, and we were coming from Ghana. So we met this colleague at Netherlands. We met him at Netherlands, and we all joined the same train. Hey, did I say train? The same plane to Toronto. So at the end of the day, everybody who is coming to Toronto using that, we use KLM. So using KLM would come to Netherlands. Then there is a plane from Netherlands to Toronto. That's KLM plane. So everyone who comes there from all over the world will now join this plane to come. So yeah, that's how they do it. I mean, it's like having stations. So everybody knows that, oh, if I want to go pick something, I have to go to this station. Even within Ghana, for instance, I can give you an example. If you are from Tamale and you want to travel to, say, Kumasi or Takoradi via air, you don't have a straight flight there. Because ask yourself, how many people are traveling from Tamale to Takoradi with flights? So what you would have to do is you fly to Accra, and then you pick a flight from Accra to wherever you are going to. But before you even move, you would have booked ahead of time. So you know that my flight from Tamale to Accra will take me this long. When I get to Accra, I'll have to wait for this long to be able to get another flight to this. And that's how it is. So when we were moving from Accra to Netherlands, it was that's Amsterdam, right? It was we got to Amsterdam and we waited for 5 hours for the new flight to come, for the flight to now take us to Canada. So I was about to say they now have a train that passes underwater. I can't imagine that. If it was before I saw the map and you started talking about it, I would have imagined that that's possible. But then, I mean, this is like a very big separation. This whole space here. Can't imagine how big the separation is. That I can't imagine. I mean, it's possible. Everything is possible in this world. Like we have fiber cables connecting these continents, so I won't be surprised. The fiber cables that have been laid connecting. I mean, hey, once again, please don't quote me on any of these things. I have no knowledge of them. I mean, just pure speculations based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, but it's nice. It's nice to know and see how these things work out. Because when I was told about daylight savings and the switching time, like I had so many questions. I remember very well. I called one senior who was in the UK and I was asking, so what happens? Like who changes the time? I don't understand. Like I really do not understand. Like who is going to change the time? Am I the one? Is it like every individual they are going to make an announcement for you all to now go ahead and change your time? Interestingly enough, yesterday I decided to read on it about Canada. And I found that it's not even every country in Canada. Did I say country? It's not every city in Canada that even uses that daylight savings. So right now, those of us in Toronto, we have switched our time, but not every city in, I don't know, even in our province, I don't know if every city in our province is going to switch their time. So some people are sticking to their time, they are not switching it. Right? So who decides this? Who decides this? All of that. I mean, those of you who are interested in geography, please again, come and educate us on this. Who changes the time? That's the question I've been asking. We need the answer. We need those who did geography to come and help us. Because it's still strange, But at least those connected to the internet. So that also I started asking the question. I mean, how the time that we get on the internet, where is it connected to? Like, where is it connected to? How does it get it? Because yesterday, like one of the projects that I'm working on, so for the bootcamp that I'm planning, I'm thinking about doing What is it called? Then for the JavaScript one, project based. So I started working on some basic projects. Let me see if I can pull that up. Pull that up. Where are you? The JavaScript stuff. Okay, I think it should be here. Yeah. So this let's go with digital clock. Okay. And stop the server and start a new server. You see, right now, this is a simple clock that I built as one of the projects that we're going to be working on. And this time here, when you come and you change the time zone, so these are the countries that I frequently interact with. So I built my own time with those ones. Here is saying Toronto is -4. Let me see. -4. Oh, so this is wrong. Unless I go into my code. I was wondering, I was thinking that it was going to correct this. If it was going to correct it, I would have been surprised. But because I manually wrote the code, I'll have to come and change this. So here for Toronto now is -5. So I would have to come and change this. But the question I'm asking is that all the ones on the internet, who does that work? Who does that switching? So now Toronto is -5. Yeah. That's the question I'm looking for. That I'm looking for an answer to. Who does that switch so that automatically the watch on my smartphone, the watch on the website, the watch on anywhere on the internet that you search for is now automatically updated. And for some of us who are building apps like this, where now I'm adding the timer in and I manually had to go and maybe there is an API that you can call to get all the time so that you don't have to manually update it. I'm here to look at it. But for this project, I mean, I was just interested in teaching how to use the dates object in JavaScript. You know? So still a lot of unanswered question. Please, my plea to you all, if you did geography and you know some of these things, please come and educate us. Anyway, I think we have come to the end of the stream. Where is this? Yep. There's a lot of things we don't know. I agree. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I was watching a video and the guy was explaining something. And he said, let's draw out a circle that represents everything you know in this world. Then draw another circle that represents everything you do not know in this world and try and compare them. You see that the circle of what you know in this world is nowhere comparable. Like it feels like a single dot in the circle of everything you do not know in this world. The moment you begin to appreciate that, you know that you don't know anything. And that's how life is supposed to be like. If you ever feel that you know a lot, man, be careful. Especially when you become a specialist. So the definition of a specialist is someone who knows a lot about just some few things. That's a specialist. Knows a lot about maybe a specific thing or just something small. You know a lot about that thing, but then they don't know about a lot of other things. So you begin to focus on just this and you know more about it, but the rest you do not know. Generalists are the ones who know little about almost everything. I mean, you choose where you want to be, whether you want to know little about everything or you want to know a lot about just one thing, something like that. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining in today's session. Let me see my schedule for tomorrow. And once again, please note that the time has switched a bit. So my regular times is not what we're going to be working with. Uh, tomorrow is, oh, come on, 7th. Okay, so yeah, I can see the change. So now exactly at 9, my regular time. Ideally, I would have had 1 hour before this, but now I have the meeting from that time. So hopefully tomorrow we should start the session. I'll put the time in the WhatsApp group, but hopefully we should start earlier so that I can start at 9. I have a meeting, and in fact tomorrow is funny because I have meetings within meetings. So let's see. Hopefully we'll get this done. Yeah, there's the more you know, the more you discover that you don't know. I think is it a graph to represent that thing? Is it a graph or something? Theory by someone that explains that. Forgotten. Yeah, anyway, so hopefully I'll communicate in the WhatsApp group so that you all know what time we are showing up tomorrow. But we'll try and see how it goes tomorrow, God willing. All right, so thank you all so much. I'm going to walk around a bit and stretch my muscles before I come back to continue. And I'll see you, God willing, tomorrow. Take care. Until we meet again. Bye bye. Bye bye.